Hello! Wow, what happened to my head? What is this? What is this? Eh? What is this? I've got a dot on my face. Hello, Orphan! How are you doing? Amethyst, hello, hello, hello. What is this stream showing how to make game dev? Well, making a game dev is probably not something that I should be telling you how to do. I think that's a conversation to have with parents, you know? That's more of a biology question. No, but yeah, we're doing game dev. We're doing game dev. I'm answering questions, just doing my own work, hanging out. Looks like hair? It kinda does. Kinda looks like hair. Alrighty. How much Niagara sampling audio to produce particle effects? Niagara sampling audio to produce particle effects. I haven't. But I think it's actually kind of easy-ish. I don't think you do it directly through Niagara. I think you do meta sounds, and then the meta sounds output, you know, some value, and then you put that value into Niagara. At least that's how I would assume that it works. But yeah, I haven't actually done it myself. Alright, what was I working... Oh yeah, right. So earlier today, I made a flow map 3D function. Flow map 3D. Flow map 3Ds? Yeah, correct. We're doing game dev in Unreal 5. Hello, big girl. We have a cat. Yeah. Here. Here. Turn around. Hello. Honey. Good. You gonna sit there? You gonna sit there? Sitting. Sit down. Lay down, please. Okay, what was I doing? Right, I wanted to do some, like, just shader stuff today. Just some regular old shadery bullshit. And I also just wanted to... Well, I say regular old shader stuff, but I think we're a bit beyond regular old shader stuff now. I wanted to do the debug stuff for... Oh, so wait, that's color. Length divided by 2. Right, that's the height mask. So that it never reaches fullness. Let me just get unlit for a second. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, so I want this to be way more visible. I think what I'll do is divide it by a higher number, but then do like an inverse power. Or, you know, like a reciprocal power. Because, like, I want to be able to see the wind even when it's really weak. Maybe even more than that. 02. So it should be more about the speed of our texture. More than the... what's it called? Yeah, so that's moving fast. That's moving slow. But we can see all of it. Pardon me. Cool. So that's all upward moving air. Yeah. Is functional part of the game you're working on? Yeah, it is. It is. I'm also just doing it as a bit of a learning thing. A learning thinger. And also to open source. To the people. Open source to the people. Is that voxel plugin? No, this is just a landscape that I made. And these are just some little boxes representing like how big a building is. So this is just like a, I think 8x8 kilometer world. Something like that. But what you can see here, all of these colors are wind currents. Also, I don't even know if I need... yeah, no, because this isn't a very big mountain, is it? It's kind of just like a hill, right? Really, I'd want this to be even bigger. Yeah, so these colors, the, you know, left, right, up and down. So that's where the wind is going, and then the wind carries around. It's a bit stupid. But basically it's a fully simulated climate system. So if I take it off, well, let me just do some funny stuff first. Whoa, okay, that's a bit insane. But yeah, so it's like a, it's really dumb. It's very silly. But it's essentially a It's like a fluid like a 3D fluid simulation, but it's like a climate system. Vector map for weather and wind. Yeah, exactly. So you can see, like, because it's daytime, the land heats up, and because the land is heating up, all of that air gains buoyancy and, you know, goes up into the air, but that pulls all this wind along with it, and you can see this breeze coming in from the ocean in the mornings. But then as it becomes nighttime and the ocean, you know, remains more steadily warm and the land cools down quicker, then we should see it in a sec. Unless it's daytime again. Okay, no, it's daytime now. Okay, well, yeah, you can see now, like, the wind's really picking up as the land heats up. So you can see all of this wind running around and flowing up the mountains and coming out from the lake. Flowing around this mountain to some degree. That's just a rain depositor that I've got going around. So it's kind of just a very obtuse way of automating all of the weather systems, all of the biome, you know, placement and effects like that. Because if you think about it, if you're doing like a survival game or a game with like simulated survival elements, and let's say you've got like a gigantic handcrafted world, then you have to like manually go through and add, you know, boundaries and volumes and like tweak all of these different volumes and boundaries to determine, you know, it's hot in the desert and it's cold on top of a mountain and it's fertile inside of a valley where moisture would, you know, accumulate and whatnot. So there's just a way of automating all of that for like any given terrain. This will essentially just figure out where everything would go naturally. Which means that it also works with procedural terrain as well. So if someone was doing a procedural map, then they could just generate their, you know, their height map, tell the system where all of the lakes and oceans are, and then just with one click, it would all sort itself out. So yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, you're right, it does take a lot of time to like tweak it and balance it and whatnot. Which I'm not really concerned with balancing it right now. I just want to kind of get it, you know, to like a minimum viable proof of concept. And then do some other stuff. So I've been dicking around with this for like 2 or 3 weeks now. But it also means that I'm essentially a fluid/compute shader simulation master now. Which makes for some good YouTube videos. Alright, I just wanted to go back to this guy and put this guy in there. And then go back to this guy. Go back to this material. And turn it back to hydrology mode. Simulating particles in 3D to drive a global wind system. Kind of. It's technically it's cell-based, which means that it's like a three-dimensional grid, or like a voxel grid is probably a better way of putting it. Where's this? Let me get rid of that little depositor. Yeah, so think of it like it's a voxel grid. And, you know, if there is wind... Let's say this guy is moving in this direction, then the cells over here are going to inherit its value, and that's kind of how you do, like... You drive the wind and whatnot. I can probably explain it better with like a 2D fluid sim. Or even like, I guess the Prismatiscape plugin is a good... Prismatiscape, there we go. So if I have a little look in here... then this whole system runs off of a similar approach, but it's in 2 dimensions. So if I get like the, I guess the wind. So yeah, here you can see we've got a 2-dimensional grid. And then based on, you know, the velocity, which I'm representing here as color. So red color means moving in the red direction. Green means moving in the Y direction, and so on. Then the neighboring pixels inherit the value from that direction, which makes it look like it's, you know, moving around like a fluid of some kind. But then you can also move, you know, any arbitrary value along with the wind. So in the weather simulation, we move around moisture and condensation and rain and temperature and all that kind of stuff. And then, yeah. Then we just do stuff with those values that are being moved around. But obviously the weather system's in 3 dimensions, not 2 dimensions. Ethan and Code, hello. Playing around with Unreal, gotta say stuff is good, just need to understand everything first. Yes, I understand completely. Unreal is like, it's a big thing. It is a big boy. So I totally get that. But my advice would be to not give up. And just keep doing what you enjoy doing. Baram, hello. Been doing Python for 1 to 2 years now. I want to get into some game development. Interested in 2D games, so I'm leaning towards Unity. You think that makes sense, or should I consider Unreal? I think if you want to do 2D, I would go with Unity or Godot. Yeah, Unreal isn't the best for doing two-dimensional stuff. Although, that being said, Unreal can do, like, 2D. Yeah, it kind of depends. It depends. Yeah, you could try Game Maker. Game Maker's, you know, nice and simple, but does its job well. Possible to do a really amazing 2.5D game. Yeah, if you look at, like, Octopath Traveler, that was done in Unreal Engine, I'm pretty sure. Look at these clouds. How good's my fake volumetric stuff? So dumb. Oh, clouds are growing. Are we going to get any precipitation? I think I made the precipitation really emissive. Why is condensation disappearing? Oh, no, it's just falling down, right? Yeah. The condensation should never disappear until it precipitates. I'm pretty sure. Mint style shader from the clouds. I'm not sure. I was thinking I could just do my clouds with as just masked with dithering, and that would be totally hashtag valid. Let me just see where I put my clouds. Clouds, clouds, clouds. Right, they were here. Hydrology. Let's see. What was I even doing again? Right, that was the panning and multiplying clouds by that, then into there. So that's a bit of a shit show. Let's just do this. Oh, wait, no, B is... What was B? B was rain. Oh, right, that's the rain stuff. I'm thinking over here where it was two panning cloud noises. But then I'm thinking, if I'm doing a... I'm doing a thingo anyway. What was this even going into? Right, that was the cloud. Yeah. Hold on. Right, that's cloud color. And then... Oh, God, this is such a mess. Yeah, I don't know where these clouds are disappearing to. Are they just moving downwards, or are they going up through the boundary? Because they shouldn't be doing that. It should be that they don't move past the boundary and then just keep accumulating. And then, obviously, rain down, but... Anyway, let me just get them looking nice first. So G is the clouds. Let's just yeet all of that. You can fuck off. Right, G is clouds. This is flow map output. Oh, there's some rain. Look at all that rain. It's getting so damn good. It's interesting, that's for sure. I wouldn't say good yet. Although, look, this is cool though, right? That you get like mist on the lake, you know, at nighttime and whatever. Like that just happens. That just like happens naturally, which is, yeah, very funny. And then, yeah, like the morning breeze from the lake. Oh, bit of rain. I need to make that stop. It causes like a really big downdraft. How's it read? There's a lake there? There's just like, when it like computes the height map by doing a bunch of line traces, it will just trace against something and ask if it is a permanent body of water. And so then there's just a mask that says, you know, permanent water body. So, ocean and large lakes. Trace per pixel. Yeah. It does either a 2x2 or a 3x3 trace per pixel and then takes the average. Okay, why is that so noisy now? Oh, that should... Wait, no, hold on. What's the average of permanent water and no permanent water? Majority of rolls, yes. No, it's 0.5. So, like this part here, this little ridge here, might be if the pixel or the part of the land is like here, then it will be 0.5, which means that when the sun hits this section of land, it will be a blend between the land thermal, what's it called? You know, the rate that the land heats up and the rate that the water heats up. Also, what the fuck is happening here? Where did that... Alright. Momo, are you making game or just making tools and assets? I'm doing both. I'm making tools for my game, but then also open sourcing or selling those tools for other people to use. Yeah, why is this so, like, fricky looking? I mean, it's really fast. Oh, God. At the moment, I'm just doing a bunch of fun, whatchamacallit? That should be added first. Some fun. I want that to tile less in this direction. Yeah, just having some fun. Making some shaders to visualize this system that I've been making, which is a weather and climate system. So where... Oh, wait, right. I deleted the clouds. Okay, so... So wait, this was our rain, which is determined by the B value. A is for nothing right now. And then this bit here, which is the flow map. Flow map fella. Although the flow map isn't gonna... Right, you know, it's about time I just do a secondary volume, render target volume. One for the wind, one for the values. Yeah, I need to kind of split the render targets into ones that are just for debugging, and then ones that are actually used in things. Like, for example, the wind, this, like, little wind debugger, it actually gets used in shaders because it drives, you know, the trees and the grass and the everything else. Same with the moisture or the surface water stuff, which drives puddles and wetness. But there's a channel that's just showing, like, the sun exposure according to the system, which isn't needed, you know, in actual gameplay. Same with, like, the temperature. You know, we don't need to visualize the temperature of the ground. We just want to observe the effects of the ground temperature. Like, is there snow on the ground? Is the puddles evaporating? You know. So let's just do a volume render target. So this one, debug VRT, let's call it, sorry, chicken. Excuse me. Atmosphere hydrology VRT, volume render target. And then we're going to make a new one, texture volume render target, PWSDF. This is called atmosphere wind VRT, or wind velocity VRT, which we won't actually... Wind velocity? No, wind velocity. So we won't actually need this one in gameplay, but it's very useful for visualizing what the hell's going on. So then we just want to init render target, copy pasta. We need to do terrain, atmosphere. I'm going to rename this to atmosphere hydrology VRT. We're going to duplicate, and this is the atmosphere wind velocity VRT. And then we also need one down here, which is the... That's terrain grid 2D. Terrain surface, terrain wind. Fuck, where is it? Wait, where is it? Atmosphere. It's just called render target volume. Wow. Let's call this atmosphere hydrology VRT. Hopefully that has been merged with... Yeah, okay, cool, cool. Alright, then we want to duplicate that. This one is the wind velocity VRT. And this guy is going to take in... Well, first we need to set this as this. The size doesn't matter. The format does matter. Cool. And then here, initialize render target here. This is the wind VRT. The atmosphere wind velocity VRT. Cool. Compile, blah, blah, blah. Everything should still be working fine. Does look that way. But then in here, the end of the docket, when we write to render target, we want to be writing to a second one. Bam, schwam. These get shared. 1, 2, 3. Smack it in. Whack it in. Quack it in. And then... Can I just, like, maximize this for a sec? Oh, so it's really dark. I think my... Oh, right. My monitor is super dark. Oh, that's better. Whew. Lady cat, can you move a tiny bit? Also, is my heater on? God, it's freezing here. Was it? Someone was saying earlier, I think it was Night Cow. Something about how do you cope with that big fireball in the sky all year round? It's actually like 5 degrees here. 5 Celsius. We are just about to hit winter. And winter gets like proper cold. Like England cold. Like, yeah. Just like the worst kind of cold. It's not fun. There's never any snow. It's just shit weather. And it's too cold to, like, be alive. Render target. Can I just get that from here? No. Well, render target. Volume, yeah. This is atmosphere wind velocity. This is... Let's see, hydrology. This guy gets smacked into there. Right, so the values for the velocity are the wind velocity in true units. And then I've just got like an alpha channel to dick with, so who knows? I'm just going to clean all this shit up now. Debug die. Die these nuts. Oh, I could do the pressure. Or the... Actually, temperature's not a bad call to chuck into the alpha channel. Imagine being both cold and upside down. Exactly. Yeah, you'd think being upside down that all of the hot air would rise. But it's just not how it goes. because the entropy of heat is also inverted in Australia. Not just the land, it's entropy itself. So when the sun's out, it actually sucks the warmth from us. Alright, let me catch up on the chat a tiny bit, because I think there were some questions. Wow, this is a nightmare. Alright, Headsman, hello. Trying to do an underwater effect on my single layer water, but since it renders before translucency, I don't see my clouds nor my sky. Sad. Hope there was an after translucency switch. Yeah. Trying to do underwater effect on my single layer water. So you're trying to do underwater effect. So you mean you're looking down into your water and you want to see the effect under the water? And then when you're under the water, looking up and out, you don't see the sky? Right, hydrology RGBA. Hydrology Rugbar. And then this is our Windval. Windval. There we go. Let me just see if that's doing... What the fuck is this, huh? What the fuck are you? Oh, right, I didn't set... Hydrology is the Hydro VRT. This one is the Windval VRT. And then up here... Oh, fuck. Is the name change gonna break everything? Okay, that's still fucked. Init, render target. Wind velocity VRT. Bam, bam. Wind velocity VRT. Oh, right, the user parameter up here is wind velocity. I need to give it a default. So now it should... Okay, yeah, cool. So this is our wind velocity. You can see hot air rising right now. Very cool. Do I do work? Or do I just play games? Could do both. Sure, you could do both. I do want to do... I don't know whether to do a... Like a not a mask, but like... I need to try and stop velocity escaping into the roof, or through the roof. Because, like, I'm pretty sure that's happening. I'm quite sure. Although that was supposed to be fixed from doing a proper pressure iterate, or... That was doing a reflection vector when it goes against the thing. Wind velocity against the terrain normals. And there's supposed to be a negative terrain normal on the roof. In here. Output, if it is this guy, then, yeah, -1. Let me just chuck a fountain on. Debug fountain. Okay, yeah, what's happening here? Why are we not... no, okay, it is... I can't tell if it's zeroing out, though. Like, yeah, it's spreading outwards. Yeah, no, I guess it's just turning into a negative value, right? Right, as... but... It should be, like, swooshing way, way more. You know? It's just moving too slow, so I feel like it isn't working. Let's turn vorticity confinement off. I mean, that's not terrible. It's just hard to know if, like, yeah, it actually is. Because, like, there's still a positive blue value. Maybe, let me just set it to absolute. I just want to fix this before I keep going. Because, like, a lot of this hinges on there not being lost values into the void. And that kind of looks like we're losing some values to the void. What kind of tool windows is this new this is the volumetric texture viewer. So it's like a texture with, like, I've got 32 slices. If I look at it in 2 dimensions, then it looks like this. And this is just representing my weather system that I'm working on. So it's like a 3D fluid simulation. But I'm just running into some little issues. Let me just turn off temperature. Turn on. Oh. It should be getting done here. Yeah, I don't think that's enough. Also, this is a complete nightmare. Which, like, it should be saying if it's going out of bounds, or the terrain normals, if anything, then... No, but we ended up just doing the regular one. which is just divergence subtracted from pressure up, down, left, right, and then divided by 6. In theory, this part here should be doing the job. Where it just says, like, you know, you're hitting the ceiling. Therefore, pretty much just get its velocity and, like, tell it to no longer do that, basically. Although it should be using the normals of the actual normals. No, it doesn't make much of a difference. Well, either way, I just want to slow down. So, I mean, this is responsible for, like, deflecting off terrain. So I'll keep this how it is, because it works, which is good. That's going to go down there. And that's just dissipation. That's delta time. This is then the dissipated vector, which gets terrain masked out, which I actually don't want to get the floor of that. Well, it's a bit fucky. Technically, we don't want any velocity under the terrain, but I don't know. Let me just chuck this down. All right, let me just zero out the velocity. This is pre-advection, isn't it? Yeah. Although we do the initial advection up here for the wind. Advect wind velocity. Which is, yeah, clamped. Which means that it can't just be taking the value. Yeah, so as long as that gets done last. So, okay, hold on. So this is our big projection stage. Let's just grab the dude from over here. We're going to get execution index to unit. We're going to break that. We're going to get the Z value. And then we're going to get the top 10% of it. So now we have that top 10% of our volume. And then we just want to use it to zero out the... Oh, maybe not even zero out. Fuck. Well... How do we make it? We want it to zero out only when it's positive values. So we have this. Oh, fuck you. We break the velocity into 3 bits. We then make vector again with the same xy. But the z, we need to, well, if the z sine, basically if the sine is +1, so let's just go sine saturate, just to get rid of those negative values. Then, so basically, if it is positive, and here, so if we multiplied these together, then we would get all of the positive z values, so the upward going velocities, at the top of the volume, so the roof of the volume. Then we would want to, so that's now 1, or a 1 gradient. I mean, if I 1 minus this, and then multiplied it by this, then it would be fine. It would zero out very quickly, though, because it's got no delta time factored in. So if I actually press go on this, then we should see, yeah, that's like a way more healthy spread of value, of, you know, this upward thing. And we just put vorticity confinement back on. Is that any different, though? Let me put this up here. That's with it on, and then bypassed. It's like this. Maybe... Fuck, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this is fine. Maybe I'm just tripping. Because it kind of looks like when I apply this fix, then it just gets shitty. It just looks shitter. If I made it like... So that's going from like halfway. Which, yeah, it is slowing it down as it goes up. But I don't know. I just don't want values to be disappearing through the roof. Alright, I will be right back. I need to wee. I'm back. That would be 5. Yeah, so that doesn't look... That's definitely losing values. So I think this is better. Yeah, you can see this big balloon out here. I just wonder if it can go... Ah, that's probably fine. Yeah. The only thing is that I don't like that it's not frame independent. How can I do it so that, like... I essentially want to, like, clamp... Oh, actually, yeah, I can just do a clamp. I can use this to limit the upward... Oh, fuck, how do I do that? Hold on. Oh, I can just set a maximum upward speed. So I don't even need to know the sign of it, right? I can just say, as we approach the thing, so this is from 0, where the gradient starts, to 1 up here. So I want to 1 minus that. Oh, but the... How do I do this, then? I guess that would have to be power. So this is the... So this is Z-damp. Z-damp... damping gradient. Or Z-limit. Z-limit... Sorry, Z... velocity... limiter... gradient? Gradient? Zone? I could just use my remap. Remap range exponential. And do... Well, the in is 0 to 1. And then the out is just... Yeah, it's pretty chill. I mean, if that's the case, I may as well just fucking do it. Raw dog. Power. Three. Then. So then, yeah, choose the lower value. And this is in absolute velocity, which is the nice thing. It means I'm not... Yeah. So... Now I have to actually do it properly. So where it is white... So this is white up here. So then white is everywhere else. So I want to do this here. Then 1 minus it. Then multiply it by... yeah. I don't know, 1,000? What's like the maximum velocity? 100? Do I ever let anything go above 100? Not really. But then as it reaches the top, then it'll be 0. If I just did this, then yeah, we're just saying no Z movement allowed at all, anywhere, ever. So yeah, I guess I need to start with some kind of upward limit. I think what's 100 meters per second? That's like a category 5. It is a category. There you go. 100 meters per second wind corresponds to a category 5 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Okay. Although that's vertical. Yeah. Okay, so then this is... I mean, this could just... I could just do this, right? Just get the entire gradient and slowly chill it out as it goes up to the roof. So if this was linear, then yeah, it would just slowly be like, hey, you need to like slow down, you need to slow down. And then because of the pressure correction, then it will start to balloon outwards instead. Yeah. So that means at down here, it's 100. Then here it would be, well, hold on, gradient. So 0 to 1, if I then power, then this becomes 0.25 instead of 0.5. So then power of 3 cubic would be very... Yeah. I think that's fine. So we can compare. This is before, where it looks like a lot of this is just kind of disappearing into nothingness. And then after, it's now redirecting it outwards a lot more. I might even just do single. Fella, yeah. Alright, cool. So that should help. That should help with like clouds and stuff disappearing into the atmosphere. You know, going out of bounds. That looks gross. It looks like a cheese. Or something. I don't know. Alright, cool. Oh, wait, I need to turn off that fountain. Shit. Why are you making Simon Says board? True. Where's this coming from? This weird... boundary conditions. Sine Z. Sine 180Z. Wind strength. X direction. Bam. That's saying I only do it on those sides, but not this one. Yeah, I just want to make sure that's not at the boundaries. Right, these are because it's sucking. It's sucking. That's terrain stuff. Hydro shit. I just wanted to... Okay, that is... But how much precipitation is there? Well, the precipitation kind of like burns a hole through the condensation. Because of this. Is it delta timed it? It is. Let it rain for longer. Alright. Let's go back to shaders. More shaders, more shaders. We love shaders. Shade me up. Atmosphere material, hydrology. Mohammed, hello, hello. How's it going? Right, this needs to use wind and temperature. Bam. So now this can live over here. And then let's call this the 3D flow map result. I will do that. And then this. Well, do I want to... Nah, it's fine, it's fine. So then... flow map result. Then we get the G channel. Times 2. Flow map result. Minus 1. Add them together. Contrast. And then we will have some clouds. I don't even know if the contrast is that needed. So then this will go into, well, down here. You know, I can just grab the G from there. Yeah, so I don't think these clouds are disappearing anymore. Although they are very monotonal. Right, that's because this bit here, our clouds fella. I can just chuck this up into this lerp. Not into here. Oh, yeah, just straight up. Quite dark. Them's some dark clouds. Whoa, okay, now they're raining. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So where... I just don't understand. Where are the clouds going? They can't be going out the ceiling, right? Maybe, let me just double check. I guess because the pixels are technically... Maybe they are accessing out of bounds values when they're advecting. Because this saturate can get it from, like, the very edge, you know? Let me just do, like, clamp, shit, I don't know. .01 and 0.99. Or what's 32? Number of cells, this one. So 1 divided by 32. So this would be our min, and then the 1 minus of that would be our max. Let's see if that stops it from leaking out. So now it will only grab stuff from the sides. Although in theory it should normalize that though. Like we have to redistribute the Z value that's lost. I don't know. Oh, right, no, max. Oh, no, because this is the actual... Okay, that looks better. Like, they're definitely spreading out a lot more. I think. But I guess we just have to figure out if they're losing values somehow. I mean, I guess advection is inherently lossy. Which is fine, because, like, it's sort of how shit works in real life. To some degree. But yeah, you can see convection cells now. And now that one's, yeah, like, full of stuff, it's just schwungen. Bit overcast. Tiny little bit overcast in it. Also, I'm so sick of this Z ordering issue. I guess you can only see it from below. Where, like, you see this shit happening. I don't even know if that rain is, like, hitting the ground. Yeah, and now clouds are just, like, building up like crazy. Alright, let me just get the thingin'. There's a big shower. Right, and that did wet the ground. Right, this needs to be 1 minus did. If I want that to be, yeah, divided by bigger value. So cloudy. Show me some rain. But yeah, I think the nucleation of rain, I think rain definitely needs to, like, disperse. Where the hell is hydrological shit? Atmosphere hydrology. Yeah, God. I need to clean this up big time. But this bit here... So this is saying air temperature plus the adiabatic cooling at the limit. So let me just check if that's doing its thing now. That just looks dumb. Why is it not panning? Right. Probably needs to go faster. And probably not be so bright. Can probably just do that like 2 or something. Maybe 10. 10 value. Right, it's because they all get added together. Yeah. If I made this a thingo. Alright, so that's temperature right there. Although where is temperature? Was getting the R value from there? No, so this needs to just be... Let me get the velocity. I mean... I guess it wouldn't hurt to see the thingo. Although I can't see negative temperatures. Because negative values, which is silly. What to do about that? I mean, I can see cold values here. Well, no, technically the blue is warmer than 0. And now we have, yeah, hot air here heating up and probably moving up through the dude. Well, look at that cold front. Any cold fronts in the chat? I wonder if I can just get the result here. Put that into the opacity of the temperature. Well, no, because then it's too dense. Why am at result? Oh, what am I doing? That's wrong input, dickhead. Yeah, at least here we can kind of like peek inside and see where the air temperatures are. Whereas if I do mask it by the wind velocity, then we end up... I guess it's... because there's always a... there is always a... what's it called? Wherever there's a temperature gradient, there's always wind. You know? There is always a wind in a temperature gradient. So maybe it is a better idea to mask it against the, you know, the wind velocity. Whereas this is just like the true air temperature, you know. Can't decide. I guess this is probably better. The other thing I need to do is, yeah, I need to actually visualize negative temperatures, which means that our color chart, which is going from 0, we can only, yeah, it has to be between 0 and 1. So if we say 0.5 is... I guess we go from negative 100 to positive 100. Or maybe negative 50 to positive 50? What's like a realistic... I mean, that's the thing, right? This isn't a realistic game. Maybe there is 100-degree areas. You think of like the Goron city in the Zelda games. Okay, so this blue is... what's it called? Is going to be 0 degrees. Then what would you do, like... I guess white is a good color. For like the really negatives. So that can be at 0. I might just put these ones at green, just like a really stupid color, just to be like, hey, like something's gone wrong. Maybe like pink or something. Pink and green. Because we should never really be seeing these values, you know? Let's say that's white. So then I want this to be even darker. Yeah, like, yeah. So that's 90 degrees hot. Which even then, I feel like this should be 0.6. So that would be... Yeah, that's... So 0 to 100. So that means each stop is 20 degrees. So that means this one here is like 40 degrees. Oh, fuck. 0.7. So what color is 40 degree heat? I guess, yeah, this kind of baked orange. And then 50 degree heat can be like fucked up red. Maybe even like darker. It's not different enough though. Maybe even going towards purple. Maybe that should just be black. Yep. So if this blue is 0 degree, or maybe 0 degrees should be white. Nah. Celsius in real temperature. Eagle noises. That's funny as. You know what's funny about American eagles? American eagles are like as big as our seagulls in Australia. We've got like wedge-tailed eagle versus bald eagle. What a majestic fella. Bigger, but is it bolder? No. See, this is like your regular Australian eagle. Big boys. They're like dinosaurs. They're like little dinosaurs. Beagle? True. Okay, so does this make sense, this scale? And then we go up to like a scary pink. Deagle. I mean, kind of. It is like a desert eagle. So this is our 0 point. This is then 20 degrees. So this is where we should get, like, most stuff, but then into the negatives. Big, big negatives. Cool. The country sucks enough, do you really have to make them feel bad about their Eagles too? Yeah, true. It's a low blow. The Eagles are the only thing they have left. Alright, so now if that's 0 to 1, and then this is giving us temperature in absolute Celsius temperature, then when we go to here, we need to divide by 10 and then subtract 0.5. Right? Or is it... Or do I need to divide by 50 something? No, that's all very cold. Okay, wait. Hold on. Temperature from negative 100 to positive 100. I want to add 0.5. And I think I do divide it by 100, not divide by 50. If I divide that by 100, brings it down to positive 1, and then negative 1. So no, I do divide it by 200. Jesus. Which brings it to 0.5 and negative 0.5. And then... yeah, so this should be correct now. 0.5 should be... you know, I can just... when's the sun coming up? Alright, if the temperature's 0, then it looks like this color. This blue color. If the temperature was 20 degrees, we would then get different color, in theory. Let me just chuck a... you know what? Hold on. Atmosphere... I mean, that looks not quite correct. Temperature. Opacity 1. Okay, that doesn't look like 20 degrees. Which means that this is incorrect. How do I dig that up, though? Okay, that's... Okay, no, that's just gone to here. How have I fucked this up? What have I done? I need to just bring it to... If I have negative 100 to positive 100, if I divide it by 200, then it's negative 0.5. Negative 0.5 to positive 0.5. Then I just add 0.5, and that should be the proper range. So why the fuck is it not working? Is there some, like, bullshit to do with... what's it called? Okay, no, no, that's... That should be this one. 0 degrees. 20 degrees. Oh, 30 degrees is in there. That's 40, 60, 80, 100. Right, it goes in... Yeah, okay. It goes in 2s. Right, so at 40, it should be orange, orange. Yep. Then at 60, it should be red, red. Yep. Well, that whatever red that was. 80. Yep. And then at 100... Isn't it supposed to go to... What the fuck is happening? Is it some sRGB bullshit? I don't know. Can it not go to the final value? What if I bring this down 0.09? Oh, sorry, 0.99. And bring this one up 0.01. No? Is this just like fucked or? Eh? Can this maybe not output that value? That's 200, like... I don't know, it's fine everywhere else. Negative 20 should be a bluer blue. Yeah. No, it's... Why is it not mapped properly? That's like all the way here now. Lady Cat, what's going on? Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking remap. Remap range. The input low is negative 100. Is there some like fucked up sRGB bullshit? Texture width, maybe? Yeah, maybe. Table or color adjustments preserve negative values in curves. Color adjustments clamp to 0 when enabled. I don't know. This whole system here is just fucky. Yeah, it's definitely just fucking bugged out. Like, I just can't go to the big values. I mean, look, it doesn't matter too much. It is just for visualization. All right. That's 100. No, that's 1,000,000. 100,000. So you need texture UVs. Alright, maybe one more order of magnitude. Right, it's 1,000,000 centimeters, isn't it? Yeah, okay, maybe that's a little bit too much. Divided by 2. 500,000. Alright, there we go. Right, so we can see that everything is cold. Hella cold. I mean, it starts warm, but it just loses temperature very quickly. I mean, it is nighttime. But that's like the whole, it needs to all be balanced and blah, blah, blah. It's just like a bit of a nightmare. Because it can just very easily tend towards, you know, more extreme values over time. Yeah, how do we keep getting clouds all the way up there? I mean, it should probably just be that the... Yeah. Well, where's the burst value? I think this is burst value. So this is when do the clouds start spewing their guts up. And then that is downdrafts causing velocity. Wherever there is... Well, that's precipitation gets lerped, and then wherever there is precipitation, we do this. So it's not just where there is new precipitation, it's just total precipitation. Hmm. All right, so now now it's raining before clouds even form. Because the burst value was way thingo-y. Interesting. If I knew how to do actual volumetrics, this would be so much easier. Might even just make these a bit wider. A bit thicker. Yeah, that looks like rain. I guess, to some degree. I mean, it's enough for the visualizer. Now, is it just me or is it really slow? I mean, like, the animation, obviously, is not indicative of the actual rate of fall. Yeah, so that's now hitting the ground. Doesn't really deposit much water, does it? So why do I... Right, that's like the minimum chain reaction value. Lady Cat, you are a funny girl. Did you know? Did you know that? Did you know that you are so funny? Wind RGB A B. I'll even see her. Yeah, she's sitting on my arm. Aren't you? And see her ears. Little ears. Little whiskers. There you go. Got a little scratch. Scratchy, scratchy. There should be a terrain surface render target. There it is. I'm already getting that here, aren't I? Yeah. Hold on. Surface terrain, blah blah blah. This will be divide by 1. 200. Add 0.5. And this is our temperature. Which temperature was the red value, I believe. Yeah, B was the water. G was the... What the hell is G? Oh, that's the sunlight exposure variable. So as the sun comes up, blah, 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 then this heats up, oceans heat up. So this is the heat map. And that should then transfer to the... Yeah. See, these ridges here, I don't know if they're just from convection currents or if it's because of the kind of voxellular nature of the system. Also, this is like this is very rainy. It's very foggy. Sunlight exposure with shadows and stuff, or just normals? Just normals currently, but I would do shadows ideally. For my game, it's not a big issue because the sun is always in the same place. So I can just pre-compute at what angle does the sun expose this part of land by doing just like a bunch of line traces to check, you know, where does the sun come up in this area. But for a world where the sun, you know, moves around, like, you know, goes from east to west or whatever, and also has an up and down axis change, then it's a little bit harder to pre-compute. So yeah, I don't know. All right, temperature. Temperature, lady cat? Temperature? So this is original color here. And then, So if I just chuck this into there, then we should see temperature of the ground. Wow, it's very cold. It's very cold and very wet. Sun's currently increasing and decreasing in intensity. It's just on a loop, like a sine wave loop at the moment, which is just doing like a dot product against the normals. So it's in positive y direction or negative y direction, but then the z value is just going up and down. And then it gets normalized and dotted against the normals of the terrain. And that's how I'm getting this sun exposure value. But the days are really short at the moment. Yeah, you can see, like, when I reset this, I swear it was supposed to start at, plus 0.5. Red value divided by 200. What do you want, Lady Cat? Let me see what the initial temperature is. Temperature, initial... Terrain surface temperature should start at 25. But it definitely isn't. Is the, okay, and that has that. What else could be setting that to be cold? Oh, maybe it's not even in the R channel. Hold on. Terrain render target. This one here is... temperature divided by 10. Oh, true. Wait, was I? No, I was just... Yeah. We go straight in. Because the render target can handle values outside of range, yeah. Okay, so now it starts at 25 degrees. Although it cools down very rapidly. Because I think the air starts really cold. I don't even know. But now it is cooling down. Very cold at nighttime. Temperature infrared loss. Maybe less. Maybe stay hotter. Lucas, hello. Videos are top tier, thank you. Thank you. I just don't understand how it's getting that high up. These damn clouds. Yeah, I don't even know if these are even, like, reaching the ground. I can see it increasing here. Yeah, okay, I guess it just accumulates over a long time. But now there's just like a giga feedback loop. Where we're just losing too much heat overall. So yeah, it's very finicky. But I'm not too concerned about the balance right now. Atmosphere, no, terrain to atmosphere. Oh, no. Terrain to atmosphere is for the 3D grid. How much does it give to the... How much does it give to the air? And then this would be how much does it lose to the air? Because this should be getting terrain surface temperature, air temperature alert between them, new terrain surface temperature. And this is just a fixed value. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's just the air is cooling the terrain down too much. Now we're cooking. That's hot. Although I guess the rate of land to air transfer, the transfer from air to land should be the inverse, right? Although now, okay. Now it's getting too cold. Oh, is it? Or is that? No, that's warming up. Right, white. Yeah, there is like a kind of grey value in between. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and now because the land is so hot, there's heaps of moisture getting into the air. And now it's just a big fucking rainstorm. Oops, wrong button. So then what's the difference here? Terrain to atmosphere is... Right, and there's wind velocity as well. Add temp... Temperature transfer is just multiplied by delta time. But then not... Oh no, we do, yeah, do it under, so that's fine. And then that gets lerped to the new air temperature. Holy fuck, that's a lot of water. If I add 0.5, that means that we're then... Where is my precipitation? That's B, right? B multiplied by thing. Right. That then goes into there. This needs to be way more apparent. Like, whether it's raining a tiny bit or a lot, it needs to be more thingo. Like, I want to see it down here, yeah. Oh, you know the other thing about the whole temperature stuff is that I need to do adiabatic cooling. Well, Hmm? Maybe the way I'm doing this is wrong. Maybe I shouldn't be lerping between the two values. I should be getting a percentage of the one above and adding it to this one. Rather, yeah, not lerp between them. That's dumbass. Let me get this. Well, this is delta time multiplied by thing. Because that shouldn't... That should totally preserve mass, right? Fuck, that's really... it's really wet. To center. Looks so dumb from... Oh, God. Alright. What's the other thing? I'm just so lost. Let's see. The other thing I wanted to do was... something. Right, the rain. Let me just get rid of everything else. No humidity, no condensation. Let me just get our little rain dropper and add that. We're literally just going to get whatever this was. Add that. Put it in here. So yeah, okay, this is dropping 10 units of rain. Oh, so I need to pee. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Dev, hello. How's it going? The land mass itself isn't procedurally generated, but we are procedurally generating weather. If that makes sense. Oh, wait, no, that means this is never gonna... Right, no, and then we take the same amount from you and subtract that. Which is just the same as the lerp, right? No, technically no. That was lerping towards this. Yeah, no, that's different. That's different. Which is good. Oh my god, compile these nuts! Okay, where's our water? Okay, that is behaving normal now. Yo, Jed! What's up? What's up? How is the rest of the stream going? Mother is a hamster and your father smells of elderberries. True. We do have an elderberry bush out here. You can use them in cocktails. Or the flowers. Elderberry flowers. Or tea. True. I think the elderberries without proper processing is dangerous or something. Got the puddles done, got the receipt, interaction working with the puddles finally. Hell yeah. That's what we like to hear. I'm currently just dicking around with the what's it called? So wait, how do I make this less fast? Yeah, that's just... Wait, what am I doing? Huh? Wait, I want to get this, not the 1 minus. Right. So just delta time. That's it. Delta time. Get the delta time of this guy. Subtract that. And get the delta time fraction of the one above it. Okay, that looks better. Don't you reckon, Lady Cat? Have you simulated life itself yet? Not quite. I'm nearly there. I've nearly done it. I'm just dropping some rain. I'm just debating whether I want to spread rain, like diffuse rain or not. It's kind of necessary. I don't know. Let me plug everything else back in real quick. I'll show you how it's all going. Ooh, what is it, Lady Cat? Why are you sucking? What are ye sucking about? Alright, this is terrain. There you go. So this is the temperature. I think orange is like 25 degrees or something. And then in here, I have all the visualizers. So 1 is the air velocity. 2 is the... Oh no, 0 is temperature. Wow, that looks so good. Look at all that temperate air. I mean, you can barely fucking tell. That's that. And then 2 is nothing right now. But then this is... Okay, this is the... This is clouds and water. But you can see it's a little bit extreme. I might even just put that to like 2. Okay, why is there so much goddamn water? What? So yeah, you can see that there's a lot of balancing to do with this whole fucking thingo, but I'm not really concerned with balancing it right now. I'm just dicking around, so... You know. Cooking elderberries breaks down the cyanogenic glycosides. Yes. Yeah. If you're gonna make like elderberry syrup, you need to heat that MF up. Is wet factor too high? Yeah. Accurate. Yeah, currently I'm just writing all of the debug shaders and whatnot. I'm thinking I might do... I don't know. I know there's like Ray March height map. No, that's the Shadow Ray Marcher. Yeah, and these are also, like, precipitating way, way, way too soon. Is XY XSRT planes going to be visible in the game, or is that just debug? That's just for debugging, yeah. These ones here. Oh, well, I mean, you could use them to do, like, the clouds and stuff. But yeah, I was thinking I could do it for the rain as well, but I'd need to do it. I've got ideas for it. You know what, let's do it right now. Let's Blender. I think I had a... No, I have to import it. Import FBix. Modeling. Utility meshes. Giga volume Z only. And then there's another one. which was the original one, which has all the XY. Has XY planes. But obviously it's too large. Let's see where the other one is. That's about right. Who fucking cares? So then I'm thinking with this, just get the. What's the vehicle offset doing those? I don't know. Some value. I'm not keeping track. So I want to get rid of these ones. How do I I guess we'll just do it here as well. And then delete this. Fuck. Delete faces? No, how? What the fuck? Okay, yeah, no, delete faces. Now this should just be... Yeah. Okay, so now this is just the Z guys. So what I'm thinking is I can... Well, I'll scale this. This is just because I'm too lazy to learn fucking ray marching in materials. Let's go modeling, utility meshes, gigavolume debugger, XY only. So now if we go into here, right, hold on. Then I can remove the rain entirely. Can that just have an empty value? I think it can. Yes. And then also remove this guy. Set that to 0. So this is just the clouds now. Also, yeah, when you view it from here, the Z ordering in the translucency is just fucked. I was gonna do masked dithered for the debugger, which doesn't look terrible, honestly. Obviously, the ones down here get really fucky. And I need to not do the thingo. Is it this? No, that's the sides. What did I set the mask? No, that's fine. Right, it's because of this. Is it like, why is it like clamped or something? What are you doing? Wind, oh, hydrology gets, yeah, it also gets O5'd. Is this two-sided? It is two-sided, but the normals need to two-sided sign. Well, no, technically you would want it to... Is this casting AO shadows or something? Shadow? Cast shadow? No. Distance field indirect shadow? No. I mean, like, I get it just because the normals are fucked up. But why does that change it? Make it subsurface? But yeah, this looks super cursed. However, yeah, it just looks cursed. I mean, it's like good enough for a visualizer. But anyway, what I was trying to get at was debug volume texture. Let's go to you. Let's import the other guy. So I'm thinking I can use this one to do the rain. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, I've got nanite disabled. I don't think I've ever enabled that in my sessions. Because it's evil. Nanite is actually evil. No joke. Where's the debug atmosphere? Photoshoot's rainfall always good choice. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I just need to put my brain back together because it's just a bit fucked up. Terrain, matte, atmosphere, wind, atmosphere material, duplicate, atmosphere, rain, snow. Yeah, nice. This is what it could look like, you know? Although the normals would always be pointing up. Also, cast no shadows, please. Alright, let's just put the camera depth fade. Yep. Dithering. Yep. Does this need subsurface? I guess so, yeah. So this is just the rain one. Yeah. So let's just fuck that all right off. That can all die. Then we get don't need that. This is hydrology RGBA. This is our rain volume texture. Rain stuff, the B channel. Don't need the G channel. Don't need that shit. Fuck off. That is the atmosphere. That should be fine, yeah. Hopefully, announcement auto-enable itself, take a little shit, didn't enable it, had 4 blueprints, somehow had it active, had to explicitly disable it. Yeah. I think that happened. It might have been when I like upgraded my project that happened to me. It's really dumb though. I'm not a big fan. Alrighty, let's get this guy. You can press on. I don't need the wind, do I? Nah. If I just get that and yeet it all the way into here, then this should be the stuff. The rain. Any rain in the chat? Oh, I can see it. Hold on, there it is. Alright, it needs to be more opaque, I think. Well, I think with it now. You have to guess how many times in your life you click that little save button. I'm like a very I click save a lot. I'm like a chronic savist. You know? I really don't mess around with not saving. Okay, that's a lot of rain. That's a lot of rain. Hold on. I think it's also moving too fast. No, that's fine. Look at all that wetness. I probably need more of these volumes. Or like more bits. Oops. Little shit. Now it's gonna be the frickin'... What's it called? Can I just grab these and just move them in? Oh, what's select connected again? L? Control L, there it is. Just gonna make sure they're all in bound. So what is this one though? Right, that's those guys. Control L. Alright, that's double density now. Let's, whatever the fuck this is. Oh, God. This is so cursed. I mean, it's honestly fine for, like... Alright, cool. We looking volumetric AF? Kind of, not really. Also, I probably don't need... If I wasn't... Oh, wait, no, the normals are already... No, that's the debug. The actual atmosphere debug map. If this wasn't tangent space normals, we'd actually get the sun hitting it, right? Where's the sun? Over there. It's not good enough. I think your rain is absolutely fine, Jed. Your rain is valid. Oh my god, let me put down a freaking thingo. So now the rain has lighting. Wow, crazy. I mean, it's so fucking overkill for, you know, what I'm doing with it. Also, it shouldn't be making it into the terrain. I guess it doesn't actually matter. No, it's probably better that it goes out of bounds. Although, does it ever leak back through? Question mark? I don't think so. Alright, well, this whole world is just becoming, like, it's like an ice age, you know? Time to reset it. There we go. Classic, classic. Let me also get the debug volume texture back in. God, the dithering is terrible, but it's technically very performant. I don't know. If it is just for debugging, then I don't actually mind using the dithering. I know, let me try translucent again. How does this look with the... Okay, that's not too bad, actually. I thought there'd be way more... what's it called? Way more shit? Oh, that's so turbulent. Totally turbulent, man. Can I switch to hydrology? So that's temperature. Very cold. Okay, so it's very cloudy. It's quite cloudy. I just don't know why the Z ordering doesn't go by actual depth. You know? What always breaking on the show will really add to realism? Yeah. I'm gonna be doing that at some point. As part of the Prismatiscape water overhaul. Because I've done like an ocean shader. Here. But then, yeah, actually making them break on the shore is like a whole thing that needs some lovin'. Because, like, it's one thing for them to just, like, break, right? But then it's another thing when you've got, like, rocks and, you know, bumps and whatever, and it needs to, like, go up the shore and then come back down and whatnot. So I think I'm gonna do a proper, like, shallow water fluid sim. Like in here. Where is it again? Niagara videos. Oh. So kind of like this. I mean, this is a shallow sim. So it isn't a it's not water moving over a surface, but the basics are all there. Like Fluid Flux. I don't know if... Yeah, no, I think Fluid Flux... I don't know if it does it in real time, though. For the shorelines, or if it's pre-computed. Let me look at Fluid Flux shorelines. Fluid Flux on a coastline. So yeah, there is interaction, but it's just what's it called? That's like a surface one. Okay, yeah, you see there. That was a bit weird. Like, yeah, the water from the boat's ripples should have made it go further up here. But you can see it just, like, yeets into the boundary of it. There. Which is a bit odd. But yeah, out here, that's either Gerstner or, like, you know, FFT or something. Is this him zooming out? Yeah, so no, okay, so it must be driven by a gradient here. So there's definitely a distance field doing the shoreline, the base shoreline waves. Which, yeah, might even be... You could probably do a, fuck, what are they called in like, ZBrush and stuff? The vector displacement mask or something? It's like a texture, but it tells you, like, where each vert should be offset to. You could get one of them for waves and just scroll them using the distance field, like an RVT or something, as the thingo. Yeah, I don't care about underwater. That's a bit extreme, but... Yeah, and so all of this stuff in Fluid Flux is all pre-computed. So this all, it gets a simulation run, and then that builds a flow map render target. So none of that is real time. I know that for certain. So yeah, this is just render target with flow map. But then the blending into the ocean... Like, yeah, you can see it that the river isn't affecting the waves. Like, it's not actually affecting the waves. It's just lerping between the waves existing and not. So I was thinking, right, because... So in P-scape, in P-land, where is it? So I do like some really basic rivers, which is just like, you know, flow map with distance fields, right? So it's like super cheap. Or super simple, you know, like this isn't no pre-computation or whatever. It's just like all distance field based. But then what I was thinking was in the actual like simulation, you know, like in the render targets and stuff, I'm accessing the RVT. So what if I used the river flow RVT to then river flow RVT to add actual, like, you know, fluid, because like this fluid, you know, ripple simulation here, and like the weird foam thing I've got going on, that would be running anyway when there's water. So it would be kind of like it would be free to add extra, like, river dynamics to it. And then it would also be free to then factor in the like the shoreline waves and have the shoreline waves, you know, I'd pretty much just get whatever the height is, just let the waves do their thing, but then feed that and the velocity into, like, the shoreline so that the waves would actually go up the shoreline and then back down the shoreline, but it would, like, go around rocks and all that kind of stuff. And also, it would be affected by tides. So you could have tide in and tide out. And it would just, you know. Obviously, if you look outside of the simulation range, so I think it's like 40 meters or 20 meters away, then you'd just see, you know, these waves doing wave things. You know, it would just look like this. Why are you not... Are you locked or something? Fuck you. No, fuck off. Oh, that's a landscape. Maybe not. Let me grab this guy. Oh, that's got foliage on it as well. Fuck it, whatever. So yeah, it would pretty much be like these shore waves. Let me just move this guy out a bit. You know what? Hold on. Why is my mouse so fucked up? Alright, so shoreline waves, whatever. So all of this would just write to a... Fuck off. Would just write to, like, the, you know, the shallow fluid sim thing. So it would go up and down, and it would look nice. But then further away, it would just look like this, which isn't, like, terrible. And these waves are also, like, giga choppy. But yeah, so that's my idea. I just need to implement it at some point. And then if I was doing a shallow surface simulation, then that would mean things like puddles could then... Like, you could spread puddles around. You could kick this puddle, and it would spread water over here. Or if there was, like, you know, a shoreline, you could kick water from here up onto the shore. Because it would just be reading a height map, and then doing stuff. So, yeah. It would be like how... What's it called? Fluid Ninja does it. In AK's new update. Where is it? Where's the new river? Oh, sorry, the water flow. Yeah, this one. Here. Like this. And I'm pretty sure this is... actually, I don't know if this is local only, doing this. Because this implies that, yeah, that you can see the water source. Otherwise, it would just, like... You know, the water would go out of bounds. But whereas what I'm thinking is rather than water coming from a source or anything, the source always exists. So, you know, the shore, the ocean, the river. But then it's like supplemented by a shallow water sim. So yeah, that's just ideas. I'm just talking. Just talking. Oh yeah, why is my post-process? Right, true. The depth of field from that video. Where did I do that? That was like all the way over here, wasn't it? Here. New video, by the way. New video. About decal masking. Decal channels. Very pog. Make sure you watch it. Oh. Stupid cardboard boxes. Edge. Yeah, I don't know what else to do tonight. How do you spline? My biggest obstacle for game right now. Want to find areas by boundary spline, can't figure it out. True. Yeah, splines are a bit odd. Prismatascape blood, true. That is definitely a thing. That's so much freaking cloud. Where the hell is the system overview? There it is. Maybe there's just too much evaporation going on, you know? Hmm. You're a funny girl. I actually wanted to... in the debuggers... So this is air temperature. But it's actually not air temperature. It's like the air or air relative temperature. But when I do temperature, blah, 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 add vector atmospheric values, it doesn't care. This is saying at the top. Right, cool the air down by some amount. Maybe that's what's... yeah, I don't actually need to do that anymore now that... Okay, maybe that's why we're getting so much fucking clouds up there. Because technically once any amount of moisture reached the ceiling, it would then just get colder and colder and colder until eventually it was unable to hold water anymore, so it would condense. Or condensate. Well, now that I've slowed evaporation down heaps, we're not seeing anything. I may as well color that blue. Right, so that's just moisture now. Oh, then maybe I won't run it by this. Just so it's a bit less dumb looking. Okay. Alright, where the hell are the clouds? Give me some cloudage. Why is the noise generator in Material Graph so expensive versus texture, or am I missing something? It's because it's computational noise. Not texture, texture lookup noise. So it never tiles, basically. Or in theory, it shouldn't tile. And a lot of the time, it's also three-dimensional. So, yeah, it's a bit cray-cray. Pretty much whenever you need to use the noise node, it's usually better to just, like, do a, just sample a volumetric texture. Like, volumetric textures aren't expensive. Like, memory-wise, yeah, maybe they're a bit more big. I don't know how big this one is, actually, but... Yeah, say you've got, like, a character, and you want to apply a 3D noise to them, so that you can have, like... let's say you want to make a character dirty or something. I'll do an example. Let's do... based humanoid. Okay, so let's say we've got a human. And there's a material on them. And... close that. Let's chuck that in. So we have human man with no face. And we want to be like, oh, like here's the guy. He's blue. But then we want to, like, add, some mask for some effect. So we could just use, like, cloud noise, right? Or Priz noise. There you go. So if we did this into a lerp, let's do a height lerp, so it's this. -1, some value, times 2, add them together, do this, and then we'll get like a normal map as well or something. Actually, you know what? Fuck normal maps. So now we get this into there. And then let's say we're covering him in dirt or something. So if we just use an XY texture, then you get seams. So that needs to be set. Oh, just contrast. So yeah, you can see here, big seams, real ugly, you know, not ideal. So then what you could do, let's make this like more contrasty. Like red, like blood. So instead of that, we could do the noise node. And use, you know, pre-skinned local bounds. Just pre-skinned position, whatever. And use that. Although that needs to be vertex interpolated. No turbulence. Alright, you know what? Let's just do world pos. Or local position. Divided by 200. Whatever. And not vertex inter. Fast gradient 3D texture, whatever. Is that, what's the actual size of that? Right, there it is. Okay. So yeah, noise can get like very expensive pretty quickly. But it does get rid of the seams, you know? But then, even better than that would just be to use a volumetric texture, like volumetric. There's one that is... Where the hell is it? It's like Voronoi. Pearl and Wally. Here we go. Because doing a triplanar projection? No, so it's not even doing a triplanar projection. It's doing a... It's like if you imagine that the volumetric texture... So this is a volumetric texture. If we look at it in 3D view, you can see that the values... It's got, like, depth to it, right? So, like, this dark spot here, if we turn the opacity down, you can see that there's actually stuff, like, inside it as well. And so, imagine that we've just chucked our character in the middle of this cube, and whatever values are touching the skin of the character, that's what it's going to be. So this takes in a 3D UVW and then gets spat out. Probably don't want to multiply it by... No, I need to multiply it by way. No, right, I didn't divide. We'll do 100 for one tile. Maybe a bit less. 40. Yeah. So this is volumetric texture sample. And you can pan just one of the values. So if I get time, I might even make a video about volume textures, just because like they're pretty busted good, especially if you're using one of them in like a lot of places, because like, yeah, this is like tile size XY. Oh, this one's not even that big. No. It's okay. So this is like an 8K texture. 128 by 128 by 128, which is a lot of things, but whatever. If it's going to be loaded in memory anyway, and like everything's using it, then, what's the big deal? But yeah, then you could do like, okay, get like this B one. So this one has multiple packed into the one place, going from like biggest to smallest. But then you could do like, normals from DDX, DDY or something. Oh, hold on. Gonna multiply you by that. Well, actually, we're gonna lerp. Lerp between smooth skin and this absolutely terrifying fucking absolute mess. Terrifying. It's a zombie, exactly. And yeah, so you can pan volumetric textures in any direction. So this will be panning downwards. But you can see that, like, this part here will eventually intersect with the chest, And because we're doing a procedural normal map, you can see it kind of like bubbling and boiling and looking gross as fuck. What was the, I want to get the custom, input none, output. Oh, is there just a DDX fine? No. How do you get... Can you just change the, It's just called return. Yeah, gross. Yeah, someone was saying... let me just look on my video. Let me also just make this even grosser. Make it shiny? Or is that the wrong... That's the wrong way around. Or is it? Oh, hold on. No, it was the right way. Gross. Grotty, grotty, grotty. Alright, let's look up UE5 DDX DDY. Oh wow, my video is the first. It's at the top of the thing. Cool, cool. Alright, I pinned it here. You can use custom nodes to return DDX underscore fine for more detailed results. Alright, so they said return to float 2. DDX fine input. DDX fine input. And then what's the the input is the input obviously. Input is called input. And then the output type is a wildcard, I think, right? So then if I said no dithering. Oh no, I guess I can't not do it. Let me just eject all of this. And then instead of DDX DDY, I would break float 2. Bam and schwam. And then the custom would be this guy. Then that would go into here. Alright, something's not happy. Shader base pass, no light map policy, permutation 0. The canal is reserved up to 3, float 2. What the fuck are you talking about? Ah, output type. Duh. Oh yeah, that looks fucking like a million times better. So before it goes into there. Although I guess the texture itself is still pixelated, right? Yeah, so I think DDX DDY fine. Is just, yeah, like a per pixel, not a per quad. He melting. Now this will look cursed. Hold on. This is just turning into like a weird, like, gore stream, isn't it? Nice. Absolutely terrifying. Yeah, bloody lovely, innit? Oh, I meant to do this. Yo, he drippy. Drippy AF? What am I even doing? I mean, it kind of looks like a flow map, though, right? What is it, lady cat? There we go. This is like, what's the Indiana Jones movie? With the face melting? That's what this is. But yeah, that DDX DDY looks way better. Let's just compare. I guess it needs to be stronger. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you can see, like, the kind of pixelation. Well, it's not even the pixelation, right? Because the pixelation's a result of the texture itself. So this one must take MIPS into account or something? But then I wonder what the performance difference is of using DDX Fine. Raiders of the Lost Ark, that's the one, that's the one. Can I turn AA off? There we go. Okay, AA is now off. So this is... You guys probably can't tell on the stream. So this is DDX Fine. And this is DDX Original. Yeah, I can't actually tell. I don't know if there's a difference or not. If I was using math... Hold on, let's math it up. Or if this was just, like, really small. Like the texture. Oh my god, my freaking mouse just keeps unclicking. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if DDX Fine is actually doing a per pixel DDX DDY, or if it's just like a different flavor of it. Anyway, so that's noise. That's volumetric textures. For whoever asked. Also, if I was using world position for this, instead of local position, then it would change as the object moves through the world, like this, you know? Can you do it all again? Yeah, sure. Sure thing. What am I doing? I'm just having fun now. Why am I having fun? I'm not supposed to be having fun. That's cringe. Yeah, procedural normals, pretty cool. Procedural normals, quite cool. Leaves local parts, that means the texture won't change as the object moves in the world. Yeah, exactly. Although you need to keep in mind that if it's a character, then if the character's animated, if the character is anime, oh, it won't play. Well, yeah, you can see as the character moves, they're kind of moving through the texture, which obviously isn't ideal. That's where you would then want to use... I think it's just for the UVs you'd need to vertex interpolate it. And then you can... Yeah, okay. So I should be able to just use world position, no, local position, pre-skinned instance. And so now it should move around, yeah, with the character. Oh, you know what else we could do? Hold on, hold on. Oh, this is just getting more and more fucked up. Let's get this. Vertex normals. And just, chuck it into here. Yeah. Ah, you piece of shit. Right, yeah, because... Can I get a non... You know, fuck it. I'll just do this. Oh, no, because I think... You know, there's something similar in Blender, pre-skin instance thing, I mean? I'm not sure, because I don't really know how Blender handles skinning. As in, like, rendering-wise. Also, I think I've crashed the engine. Yeah, I think we just YOLO that. But yeah, it's super handy. Use local pods, does that mean that... Alright, I answered that. Where do you create 3D textures? That is a fantastic question. I don't know. I don't know where to create them or how to create them. I know how to do it. Actually, you could. You could maybe get the HLSL code for tiling 3D noise. And then put that into a Niagara Grid 3D particle system, and then bake that to a render target. Could make them in Houdini, true. Classic Houdini reference. Yeah, that's about all I can think of. You can probably download a bunch of volumetric textures. 5.6 PCG to texture and PCG EX has a lot of 3D point features. Yeah, right. True, because you need to be able to place, if you've got like a big cliff, you need to be able to place points on that. And so you'd need to be using 3D noise to determine the noise patterns and stuff. No documentation on the processor? Yeah, that's just Unreal for you. Use 3D volume generator with the result is garbage sometimes. Right, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could do it in Blender as well. I guess the trouble is like making a tiling 3D noise that's actually useful. I didn't even show you guys my 3D flow map function. That's fine. I think I'm gonna wrap it up tonight. I might call it early because I started a bit early. Plus, I don't usually stream on weekends. But I thought I don't know. I was bored. So I was just fiddling around, and I might keep fiddling around. I don't know. But I guess we are going to raid out shortly. Unless anyone has any other questions about anything. If they need a question answered. Be bored again? Yeah. Yeah. It's good to be bored. Being bored means that I do more stuff. It's because I don't have any games to play, you know? I just don't know what to get into. Death Stranding? True. True. I think what I want to do, this is my little order of operations. I want to get the weather system stuff just to a point where it's like stable, you know? Just like stable enough that I can make a video about it and be like, oh yeah, like here's the thing and this is how it works and Niagara Grid 3D and, you know, really stupid, obtuse game systems and whatnot. And then I need to do the physical character movement stuff. Because, like, it's all working towards Prismatica devlogs again, you know? Where it's like, Prismatica, what is Prismatica? What are the goals? What are the goals of, you know, like what is it trying to be? What is it being? And then explain that, blah, 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 and then do like, okay, well, you know, when you start a game, in order for the game to work, we need to actually program the world itself that the game takes place in. And then it's like, okay, then I just like, I might script it a little bit. Maybe I'll do voiceover for these ones. I think they'll be a bit more like high production value. But I'll do like a slow descent into like insanity, you know? It'll just kind of get more and more. It'll start really simple, and then it will just, you know, it'll just get real fucked up. Raindrops on the water in water RT in Prismatica. Not sure where the best way to simulate the rain and get that collision data. True. So, there's a point where doing it from the I don't know. I've thought about how I would do it, Jed. I think first thing I need to do is to be able to interface GPU particles directly into Prismatascape using Niagara data channels. So then you can just have a rain system that then sends its location to the data channel, and then Prismatascape sends that, well, receives that data from this, like, public channel, and then paints their locations to the thing. Or probably even just on collision. So when the rain hits the ground, it then sends a message to Prismatascape. Or Prismatascape pulls its data and says, draw a little collision shape at this location. And so that would mean that whenever the rain hits the ground, it would also draw to the foliage stuff for like extra movement and whatever. If you wanted to do it with the current stuff, the way and this is like not performant, but the way I would do it is do a CPU particle system for the rain, which is pretty... I mean, it's honestly not the... Oh, maybe you can do it with GPU as well. But you do like a blueprint callback like a blueprint interface callback, where on a collision event, you send it to... you can, like, bind to an event in a blueprint that owns the Niagara system, and then it will just have, you know, a list of collision events each frame, and then you would send them to Prismatascape as a pulse, as a, you know, a deform pulse or a wind pulse. Yeah. So that would be like the hacky way of doing it right now. But I think the interface is probably the way to go. It's something that I'd want to do anyway for like, you know, if you're doing like little like debris particles, like something blows up and you want the little particles to draw, you know, to like push the grass out of the way or interact with the water and whatnot. They would need to be using a thingo. So, yeah. 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 Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I'll get around to doing it. I'll get around to doing it. At some point. Maybe someone else could. Maybe Jed, this is your job. This is your homework. Is to look into Niagara data interfaces. Or maybe I could just do that right now. UE5 Niagara data interface. Oh no, data channel. Niagara data channels are a way to facilitate communication between game code and Niagara systems, as well as Niagara systems with one another. At its most basic, data channel is a stream of data with a defined payload that game code or Niagara systems can write to. Other game code or Niagara systems can then read this data, use it however they please. This core data transfer feature can be built upon in a number of ways. Use specialized data channel types, which open up a number of possible applications. This article, we're going to be looking at one of the primary use cases, optimizing burst effects by combining them into large shared simulations. First, we'll see blah, 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 whatever. Niagara data channel asset. Niagara data channel handler. Runtime based class responsible for managing the data coming into the NDC. Its distribution to reading Niagara systems and game code. Each type of data channel is a handler class that's created to manage its contents. Global data channel. Islands, don't care. Channel asset. Blah, blah. Okay, it doesn't look too... It actually looks fine. And then... Right, and then write to Niagara data channel. Make Niagara data search channel parameters, but then... Oh, right, you then cast to it, and then you have your position vector integer. Oh, right, you just... No, you do it as names. Right, okay. So, yeah, so I think the... I think what I'd end up doing... Oh, I just got rid of the link. Just look up UE5 Niagara data channel. It was just the first one there. But I think I'd move it so that even all of the, like the... Instead of sending them directly to Prismatascape through Niagara, you know, set array value, I would instead set the data channel value and then read from that instead of reading from the user parameter. Which would then technically maybe possibly... No. I'm just thinking of optimizations. Interfacing between the systems, basically. Yeah, exactly. So then, the rain particles would just write their location and velocity and whatever to the data channel, or they'd add it to the data channel. Yeah. Yeah, I might dick around with that tomorrow, maybe. Because that's the other thing, right? Is that for like the blood system, with the blood flowing and whatnot, that would need that would need to be reading particle positions, you know? Because like you don't want to do blood and paint and whatever through the CPU. You just want to be like, okay, yeah, big blood spurt, blah, and then when all of the particles collide with the ground, they draw it to the prismatoscape paint layer. And then from there, it does its flowing and its blood and shit. Yeah. I'm also thinking how to do the blood flow stuff, because obviously I need to change the algorithm to be the same as the, what's it called? The current, or you know, the one I'm doing on the landscape for the water runoff, because that's really stable and good. But it's using a difference in height data, which I can't really do from the RVT because I want to use the normals as well. So if there's like bricks and stuff, it'll go between the cracks of the bricks and whatnot. So I'm just trying to... Oh, no, I could use the difference in normals. Because the main thing is that the inflow and the outflow has to be the same value. So I guess I could just use the normals. Oh no, I could just use the difference in the Z normal. Up, down, left, right. Or could I just use the Z normal? So if it's up here, but less up here. No, because it could be going this way. I'm trying to think. Yeah, no, maybe I can use the difference in the Z normal. No, that wouldn't work. Because if it's a steady slope. Oh yeah, wait, fuck. Unless the height data gets sent into the RVT. Like the height texture stuff. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I will figure it out. I should be able to just use the normals themselves. No, because that means that the inflow outflow is different. Fuck. Oh, what if I take the average between this guy and that guy? And then use the normal. That way it would be the same. Because it's just like if the normal going this way is 0.5, 45 degrees. If I get the difference between them, the difference is 0, therefore the flow is 0. But if I get the average between them, then it's 0.5, meaning 0.5 amount of flow. But then if this one was steeper, maybe this one's like 1. It's like fucking right like this. Then for this guy, the flow would be 0.75, and for this guy, looking at this guy, it would be negative 0.75. Yeah, because it's on the other side. So no, that would work. That would work. I just have to get the average between each left, right, up, down. That way I don't have to deal with height data at all. I just read straight from the RVT. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna... Yeah. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. It's gonna be so good. And then it goes into the water, and then it like spreads throughout the water and stuff. And then when it's in the water, I use the water velocity to like smush it all around and whatnot. It's gonna be gruesome. It's gonna be terribly gruesome. All right, I need nachos. We're gonna raid out. Who we raiding? Right, we have 3. We have 3 options. We have Mort. We have Chura. We have Sylar. We have... Who else was there? Mydrong. Choices. I haven't rated Chura in ages. There we go. Alright, cool. Well, thanks everyone. Yeah, I saw my drunk stuff. I think I rated him the other day. Because he rated me recently. But yeah, his procedural stuff's crazy. He's smashing it. Alright, thanks everyone for watching. Maybe tomorrow, who knows? Maybe I'll start doing what Jed does. Maybe I'll start doing like Prismatascape Sundays or something. You know? Prismata Sundays. And then all the other days I do my bullshit. But like Sunday's like a productive day. Where I do things. Anyway. Maybe. Who knows? We'll see. I probably jinxed it. Don't do it to try. Yeah, fair. Alright. Thanks everyone. Goodbye.